Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Wagaba.
Present.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And can you call forward, please, any public speakers we have addressing our closed session agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 public comments on the closed session agenda. And the first speaker is Sandy Lizzo. And it'll be 3 minutes per speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'm Sandy Lozo, representing over 400 professional members of AFSCME and serving as this year's president. I come to you today requesting support of item 4 in closed session. It was great to hear during last week's council meeting the praises for our public works and utilities employees during several events that you attended. It should be noted that most of these employees you thanked were AFSCME members and are included in the closed session item before you today. This item was outlined in our current MOU to resolve a direct compaction issue related to those AFSCME members who oversee IBEW employees. We put forth a reasonable and equitable solution to solve this ongoing compaction created by folks before our time, but with an opportunity to solve permanently, moving our organization into the future. Although our class and comp study will hopefully lay out some salary structure, including differential between positions, our proposal resolves this issue now as agreed upon with a minimum floor base of 10% to allow for promotional opportunities as outlined in our MOU. The intent of our MOU is to resolve this issue now and not wait. We can always make minor adjustments after the class and comp study. Part 1 has 6 individual people needing salary adjustments because not only are they compacted, but they're underwater with their individual salaries from their IBEW employees. I believe everyone agrees that this needs to be addressed now. With approving Part 1 salary adjustments, you also have to approve their classification range adjustments for those positions, which is included in Part 2, along with vacant positions that have been vacant for years because they're so compacted. You can't approve Part 1 without Part 2 to truly solve the direct compaction between IBEW and AFSCME staff and suffice the MOU agreement. It should be noted that the approval of both parts has minimal impact to our general fund, as these positions are mainly funded through enterprise funds, sanitation funds, and gas tax. Approval of this entire item will get this organization one step closer to the goal of being a premier employment destination with continued growth opportunities, allowing managers and supervisors to build their bench into our future. Thank you for your time, energy, and commitment to our city employees.
Thank you, Ms. Lozo.
Our next speaker, George Klein.
Wow, I follow that. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is George Klein. I am the Electric Field Superintendent for Anaheim Public Utilities. I've lived and worked for the city for 21 years. I am, I'll say, the poster child of compaction. I am the most impacted and compacted employee in the city. I'm currently paid 8% less than the people that report to me. And I do want to thank you for last week's meetings. A yes vote on this and an understanding on this proposal will not only solve compaction, but it'll open the doors for my employees that want to step into my job when I leave. I have 3 to 4 years till I retire. Part of my job as a manager is building the bench. And it is really hard to build the bench when you are paid less money than your employees. They're like, you're crazy. Why would we want your job? Like, I understand, but just hang in there. So with that said, I want to leave you with one thing. When I started here 21 years ago, there was a saying in town that Anaheim was a great place to live, work, and play. A couple of those things have struggled over the last 15 years, but you know what? Let's get back there. Let's get back to our core values and make this place a great place to work, live, and play. Thank you.
And Mayor, City Council, that concludes our in-person comments, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So I will now close the public comment on the closed session agenda and recess to closed session. Good evening, everyone. Apologize for the delay. We'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Wagaba.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz. Here. Mayor Aiken.
Here?
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Thank you. And the first item on our agenda is an invocation that is going to be offered tonight, this evening by Pastor Rudy Trejo from Calvary Apostolic Church. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Leon to lead us in the flag salute. Pastor Trejo, can you please join us and begin when ready?
To the mayor, appreciate the invite. To all of our district officials, thank you for your service. Jesus, Lord, in your precious name, Master, we pray today, asking for your guidance and direction for the subject that will be discussed. We ask you, Lord, for your divine direction. Where should we go? Praying for every councilman, councilwoman, that we would do the right thing and that it would be pleasing in your sight. Also praying for your covering and your protection upon every law officer as they serve our city. Protect their family, their home. Grant us your blessing in all that we do. We pray, oh God, in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we stand today, let us remember the legacy of Cesar Chavez, a champion of civil rights and labor activism. Let our pledge honor his legacy of empowering the marginalized and his unwavering commitment to justice and equality for all. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America. Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Thank you. So tonight we're going to start off by recognizing the great work and commitment of our Miss Anaheim Beautiful program and the wonderful ambassadors. Miss Anaheim is a personal growth and development program that helps turn young ladies into leaders while making a difference volunteering in our community. This is not your typical pageant group. Here in Anaheim, we do things differently. The program offers scholarships, community service hours, as well as chances to be involved in the community and learn all about Anaheim. The Miss Anaheim Beautiful participants attend the events and make public appearances to strengthen their communication and other skills. I want to also recognize that this program would not be possible without Sally Feldhaus and her late husband, Frank Feldhaus, who served on our city council and wanted to see our Miss Anaheim program come back. So thank you to the Miss Anaheim ambassadors for all of your work in our community and for proudly representing our city. Tonight we have Vivian Alvarez and Sophia Hall with us, and I can attest, I see these women at about as many community events as I attend, and it would not be an Anaheim event if we did not have you there. So thank you for joining us tonight, and please come forward to join us for a photo. Would you guys like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for recognizing the work that Vivian and I do through this program. We have so much fun volunteering throughout the city and love it so much. We love volunteering through various nonprofits, and we are so grateful to be a part of this program that has taught us so much.
I would also like to say thank you to our program director, Miss Debbie, as well as the Miss Anaheim Beautiful program. It truly has been a pleasure to volunteer throughout the city, especially with Sophia. Thank you once again.
I love her confidence. I said, you wore my signature color. She said, it's my signature color. So I love that kind of confidence in a young woman. So tonight we are also going to be recognizing Anaheim High School student Liliana Valderas for winning CIF Southern Section Masters Champion and placing in the state championships for wrestling. It seems like every week we are having an amazing female athlete from Anaheim that has done an amazing accomplishment in sports. So please, I would love you to join me in welcoming up here Lily Valderas. She also, thank you. So she not only placed first in the CIF championships and second in state, but she also led the Anaheim girls wrestling team to their first Orange League title and is also, get ready for this, I love this, a two-time Orange League champion, two-time Southern Section CIF champion, two-time Masters champion, two-time state placer, finishing second and third, cadet freestyle state champion, high school nationals runner-up, first team all-county by the Orange County Register, and she is ranked 8th in the nation by USA Wrestling. So I also want to mention, not only has she made Anaheim proud by excelling in her sport, she also did so with a 4.0 GPA, scholar athlete. So thank you so much for being here.
Just want to say thank you to my teammates, coaches, parents, everyone who supported me. I wouldn't be here without them. Thank you.
Okay, next I have the pleasure of asking you to join me in recognizing Canyon High School's girls basketball team in celebrating their CIF championship. In February, they beat Rancho Cucamonga in the championship game at the Toyota Arena in Ontario. I also want to give a shout out to Coach Sarah Brown, who now claims the CIF title not only as a coach, but also as a player at San Clemente High School in the, oh, I'm not going to say the date. No one says that to a girl. This is the second CIF title for Canyon girls basketball following a championship in 2011. Thank you so much for making Anaheim proud. Can you please come up and join us?
Doing okay?
Yes, so my end is MTT and Rubicon.
Now,
I just need, so I need you three at the end to scoot it a little bit closer.
same on this side?
Yes. Sorry. I think we got it. Right, 1, 2, 3. Some more pictures. One.
So next on our agenda, we have recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have 4 this evening, recognizing the month of April 2024 as Orange County Affordable and Fair Housing Month, recognizing the 1st through the 5th of 2024 as National Community Development Week, recognizing April 7th through the 13th, 2024 as National Library Week, and recognizing April 26th as 2024 as Arbor Day. And we do have representatives to accept for both recognitions of the Orange County Affordable and Fair Housing Month and National Community Development Week. We do have our Deputy Director, Sandy Lizzo, from Housing and Community Development.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Karen Cardwell, and I serve as the Housing Services Manager for the Housing and Community Development Department, overseeing the Housing Authority and other affordable housing programs. Thank you for recognizing April 2024 this year as Orange County Affordable and Fair Housing Month. The need for affordable housing touches many of us in Anaheim and beyond. The Housing and Community Development Department administers several programs that either directly assist our residents with rent payments or help to build affordable housing developments for low-income residents that provide a quality living and service-rich environment. Between rental assistance programs and affordable housing development, the Housing and Community Development Department assists more than 11,000 renters in the city of Anaheim each year. While acknowledging the work of the department around affordable housing, I would also like to thank the nearly 2,000 property owners who participate in our rental assistance programs, as well as the many nonprofit service providers who help those living on the street and in our shelters to find a permanent home with one of our vouchers. I would also like to thank the affordable housing developers who have worked and continue to work so diligently with the City and Housing Authority to build the beautiful projects our city is known for. Thank you.
Mayor, we have Guadalupe Gomez, our Library Services Manager for Haskett Library. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sandy.
We put 2 on one slide, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize April 1st through April 5th this year as National Community Development Week as we celebrate Anaheim's Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, and the impact these grant funds have on our community. CDBG provides funding to agencies and businesses that provide to benefit low to moderate income people, prevent or eliminate blight in our neighborhoods, and meet an urgent need. This fiscal year, Anaheim received close to $4.3 million, which supported many efforts, such as service providers that offered educational, health, and wellness activities, food assistance, home repairs, legal services, and more for our youth, senior, and low to moderate income families. Also, fair housing services from our Orange County Fair Housing Council. It also funds city staff and departments, such as code enforcement and city attorney staff, to assist with preserving our neighborhoods. It also supports capital improvement projects with community services and public works for new and improved accessibility and safety of our parks and libraries. Some recent notable projects have been the construction and furnishings of the new Brookhurst Teen Center, outdoor improvements at the Central and Euclid Libraries, fitness equipment at Maxwell Park, and a new playground at Citrus Park, just to name a few. Last fiscal year, CDBG supported programs and projects where over 633,000 people were served and over 25 housing units inspected. For more information, you can check our website at anaheim.net/community development. And thank you again, and we look forward to continued funding to support more projects and programs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have Guadalupe Gomez from the Library Services Manager for Haskett Library to accept National Library Week.
Dear Mayor and City Council members, I am Guadalupe Gomez, a Library Services Manager with the Anaheim Public Library. I am here to express our gratitude for the City Council's recognition of Anaheim Public Library during National Library Week, April 7th through April 13th. Your acknowledgement of the library's importance to our community means a great deal to us, and we truly are honored by your support. Your recognition raises awareness of the vital role Anaheim Public Library plays in fostering education, literacy, and community engagement. By shining a spotlight on our library, you are helping to highlight its significance as a cultural hub and resource center for all residents. We are committed to continuing our efforts to serve the community. Anaheim Public Library provides a wealth of resources and programs like story times in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Arabic. STEAM kits and programs, wellness programs, cooking classes, book clubs, arts and cultural programs, citizenship classes, and a wealth of online resources. We serve all ages, families, teens, foster youth, and older adults. Together, we work towards enriching the lives of our citizens and promoting a thriving community. Once again, thank you for your recognition and support of the Anaheim Public Library. And if you would allow me, I would like to say a few words in Spanish. Estimada alcaldesa y miembros del Grupo Consejo Municipal del Ayuntamiento de Anaheim, mi nombre es Guadalupe Gómez, una bibliotecaria y gerente de servicios bibliotecarios con la Biblioteca Pública de Anaheim. Estoy aquí para expresar el más sincero agradecimiento de parte de la Biblioteca Pública de Anaheim por el reconocimiento de la Biblioteca Pública, por el reconocimiento del Ayuntamiento a nuestra biblioteca durante la Semana Nacional de la Biblioteca, abril 7 a abril 13. Su reconocimiento sobre la importancia de la biblioteca para nuestra comunidad significa mucho para nosotros y nos sentimos verdaderamente honrados por su apoyo. Su reconocimiento crea conciencia sobre la importancia vital que desempeñan las bibliotecas en el fomento de la educación, la alfabetización y la participación comunitaria. Al destacar, nuestras bibliotecas están ayudando a resaltar su importancia como centro cultural y centro de recursos para todos los residentes. Estamos comprometidos a continuar nuestros esfuerzos para servir a nuestra comunidad. Juntos podemos trabajar para enriquecer las vidas de nuestros ciudadanos y promover una comunidad próspera. Una vez más, gracias por su reconocimiento y apoyo a la Biblioteca Pública de Anaheim. Thank you again, and we hope to see you on Saturday, April 27th at Anacon. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, we have one more. Joe Vargas, our tree service supervisor, to accept for Arbor Day.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jose Vargas, Joe Vargas. I am the Tree Operations Supervisor for Public Works. It is a pleasure to address the council and to express my sincere appreciation for the proclamation that signifies the Arbor Day event to be held on Friday, the 19th of April. This year's planting event will be held at Orange Grove Elementary School. This is our 40th year to be a Tree City USA member. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So no further recognitions. I'd like to now call to order the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing the council agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council. The first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period and will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. If translation services is requested in another language, we please ask the public to contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio de uso de audífonos. ¿Ahí? Interpretación consecutiva de español al inglés también está disponible para todo aquel quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad, the City Clerk, cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:39, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:09, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please step forward. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda items, we have two speakers for agenda item number 11 and 2, the first speaker being Adam Wood.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thanks for the opportunity to comment here on item 11, but it's really a much larger picture with what we talked about last week. You hired the study to come in and look at the possible affordable housing solutions that exist under land use and regulatory reform. The city's already doing 4 of the 6 proposals. Funding and financing, 3 of the 5 are things that the city is already doing. Other programs and policies, 2 of the 4 things suggested is what the city is already doing. So what is the city not doing? Half of those suggestions resulted in some form of tax, some sort of inclusionary zoning. I think my personal favorite, as mentioned in the last one, we called it a mandatory incentive. That's a tough one to wrap your head around. But we spent a good deal of money on this study to suggest many things that we're already doing. We then have this presentation tonight on the Housing Trust, which is a great idea. There's a lot of conclusions in there that look like we're going towards somewhat of a foregone conclusion that the only way that this is going to work is if we come up with some sort of ongoing tax on the people who are trying to produce the housing to somehow finance this housing trust. That's tough. I think there's a lot of other ways, and I think Anaheim can do a lot better in the short term. I think you've got a great project proposal coming up. There's the Disney project. That's $30 million right out the gate. I think that's contemplated in the staff report. And it says, well, that money is 30, it can be spent very quickly. But then there's no consideration of your the LPMR funds. You have millions of dollars coming up. I believe it was quoted in Voice of OC article, it said it could be up to $100 million a year. Last week's staff presentation said redevelopment funds was giving you $15 million a year. And that was a pretty aggressive ability to produce housing, that you're able to set a target, exceed it, and still get all this housing built. So I think there's a lot of options out there. I think there's a lot of opportunities this city can put together to create sustainable funding that exists beyond the need to tax the people who are either producing the housing, or as we saw, the linkage fee, which is also very troubling, which is a general tax on all businesses. Basically, it's an inclusionary zoning policy that applies to everyone, not just housing producers. Both are very tough, especially when there's a lot of other great ways this city has produced housing in the past. Let's get back to it. So thanks for the opportunity to comment. Housing Trust, I think in general, is a great idea. Let's get to it. Thanks.
Our next speaker, Paul Hayek.
On one of your units that you tagged at 520 West Romney, it's only 6 units. I'd like to know what they want to do with it, because I can come in and I can clean it up, and we can bring in RVs from the homeless to help house the homeless in that little park. There's Section 8. They have got other groups that are funding them. Why can't we build a pilot of RVs for the homeless, and I can clean it up? I've even got a friend who's a security guard with a guard card who's retired, who'd like to be the security there. And the other thing is, we need to tell Mercy House, if they want that money that was granted the last time, over $4 million, let's make them walk-in, walk-out shelters. Because a lot of homeless are trying to get off the street, but even the winter shelters are no walk-in. Because Miss Susan Price is probably a cohort of a Donald F. Gaffney Superior Court. They're running a scam on the seniors. And our board at the senior center should check all the passports and their visas before they approve them. That's what I'm saying.
Our next speaker.
Hello. My name is Dara Malecki, and I serve as the chair of the Housing Commission here in Anaheim. Tonight, I'm addressing you regarding item 11, the creation of the Anaheim Housing Trust and its potential application and its benefits. At the last council meeting on March 26, the Housing and Community Development Department presented a study on affordable housing. This study shed light on our current housing landscape and explored potential solutions adopted in other cities across our state. Regardless of the various viewpoints on these solutions, one undeniable fact remains: affordable housing is an escalating crisis in our city. The decision before us today whether to establish the housing trust, whether to establish the housing trust is not just in itself the solution, but a framework. It is imperative that both the city staff and council acknowledge the need for sustained financial investment to make this initiative successful. The city must balance its drive for economic growth with an equal commitment to housing. The vision of business growth cannot be fulfilled without concurrently meeting the needs of our people. Meeting our affordable housing needs in our city is achievable, but it requires action from our council members to determine a sustainable funding source. Our recent prioritization of industry needs, particularly market rate projects, must be reassessed. Alternatively, we cannot rely solely on the success of specific industries to ensure Anaheim's overall prosperity. Instead, we must forge a vision that harmonizes with our existing industries, focusing on the residents who both work and live here. To address these challenges, we should consider incentivizing developers to build within our community in mind, incorporating affordable housing options for our diverse population. There are many options you will be presented with various funding avenues, including utilizing fundings from our transit occupancy tax, implementing fees on non-residents who utilize our entertainment and sports facilities. These strategies could significantly contribute to the needs of the land acquisition, alternative financing, aiding developers in meeting the needs of meeting our city's housing needs. In conclusion, our housing dilemma is a classic economic principle of supply and demand. The reality is that our city faces a supply shortage of workforce-style housing product. In the face of increasing demand, this imbalance drives up housing pricing, making it increasingly difficult for many of our residents to afford a home in Anaheim. Without a concerted effort in establishing a housing trust to aid our housing supply to match this demand, particularly for those earning local incomes, we risk exacerbating the housing crisis further. I urge the council to approve item 11 and to thoroughly explore all options and devise a strategy that empowers our citizens to live and prosper in Anaheim. The path we choose today will shape the future of our city and make it a place where everybody has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We now have 9 speakers on general comments. First speaker, Mark Richard Daniels, followed by Cecil Jordan Corkin and G. Price.
Hello, everyone. I think the elephant in the room is the Disney Forward project, and I think y'all ought to take a look at that and maybe hit the pause button before it does come up on the next council agenda in a few weeks. And here's why: because I don't know what the rush is, and there still seems to be a lot of ambiguity, vagueness about when they're going to start building and what and where and how, and it's still way off in the distance. And I don't know why you need to rush to approve it with that much uncertainty. Also, given the fact that many of you have taken money from Disney Soar or gifts in kind from Disney And I don't see how you can pass the test on that kind of a, the gifts that are given to public officials and then turn around and vote with a clear conscience on such an item. This is probably going to be the single greatest issue that you'll vote on in your careers on this council, if not the history of the city, other than the original building of Disneyland back in the 50s, the building of the stadium and the convention center and all these great moments. But this is something that you better take a look at, because I think, I'll say it's going to get challenged in court, because I don't see how, unless there's an absolute plan, this is definitely what it's going to be. This is what definitely this whole, it's sort of kind of vague. It's kind of like, well, we're going to put this here and we're going to put that there. But then 10 years down the line, it's not going to look anything like that. I guarantee you. It's going to be much like the Epcot plan that was now California Adventure. They had a whole different plan, and then Michael Eisner at the time, they decided, let's go for a California type of thing, and that's what they did. And so this thing is going to change, and we don't know the full ramifications of the surrounding community and what that's going to entail in 10 years. And it's just going to be very difficult, and I think you should put a pause button on this. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
I checked Walt Disney back then, and when he was campaigning for Disney and building the park, and I saw the tie tack he was wearing, and that had to do with the conspiracy zone of the book. And I don't know if he's still like that today. He was like that back then. And they called him all kinds of stuff about porn king, what they called him. And I want to know, and the book does say there's some truth to that. And that's what I'm finding out about that matter. And I got the book on me, but I've never had anybody that wanted to see about me, about that book. And if I wrote that book out of those 10 pages and turned it in here to Stephen Thessel, that'll be the only thing I could do. Let him look at it. Are you interested in it, Stephen Thessel? I'm asking you. Are you interested in reading that, the Conspiracy Zone, the 10 pages of it? I'll write it out if you want me to. I'll spend some time to write it out. It's a statement on each page of 10 pages of it. Then it goes into depth what they did with the pornography, with the subliminal messages and how they put it together. And it's really nasty. Now, if you wanted to look into that, I'll give you the copy. I'll make it for you and bring it and give it to you in one of the meetings. When you come to sit down, I'll hand it to you. So I won't have to hand it to you during the time I'm speaking at the time. Are you interested in this about Walt Disney and what he was or what he still is? I'm afraid to talk to him for that very reason. I've seen him in the grocery store at Stater Brothers on State and College many times. I never took his welcome to help me buy groceries or help me to buy outfits or take care of me. I've never accepted him. And he puts a bind on me. He kind of frightens me. He's such a guy that's got a history like this. Speak. Let me know what you want. I'm waiting. Tell me what you want. I'll make the report
Cecil, I'm
and bring
sorry,
it to
your time
you.
is up.
It's your Disney park. In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's your Disney park.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next speaker?
Our next speaker, G. Price.
Bob Eisner, Bob Sherpak, and Paxar. You didn't answer me.
The value of Magic Way is guesstimated at just under $13 million. Using commercial land in Irvine as a comparison to 2.5 acres of theme park land and assigning it a value of just $8 more per square foot is laughable. The actual amount Disney has offered to pay is just over $12 million, since the city will retain a water easement. This easement makes a portion of the land unbuildable, thus the actual price reflects a percentage of usable land. The orange represents buildable areas. The entire section of Magic Way is buildable according to Disney's own map. Development agreement, page 39. I quote, "Additionally, with respect to Magic Way only, Disney may, at its sole cost, upon approval by the city manager, relocate the existing sewer and water lines within Magic Way to another location. Mr. White has made it crystal clear that Magic Way and Disneyland Forward are intimately entwined. While the public has not been provided details, it is safe to assume they plan to build on Magic Way. Why is the city not receiving the full value of the land?" A late addition to the EIR was the inclusion of the environmental justice element. The goal of this element is to give special attention to areas of the community that are disproportionately affected by environmental pollution. We have 75 communities, 51 are considered to be disadvantaged communities. This element applies citywide with the goal of reducing pollution exposure and improving air quality. The map illustrates the community, gives them a color coding, green being best, dark red being the worst, Disney's white in the middle. As you can see, the areas east and north of Disney are dark red. These areas have high levels of exposure to fine particulate matter, diesel matter, toxic release, and a higher percentage of people with asthma, cardiovascular disease, and lower birth weights. We understand the health problems related to pollution, but to see it on a map at such a large scale is shocking. Not taking every step possible to reduce the exposure to a large population is unthinkable. 30 years of construction, pushing theme park up next to residential uses, tens of thousands of more cars a day is doing the exact opposite. The EIR is an informational document only. Its goal is to provide the public and decision makers with only facts, allowing them to understand the full scope and impacts of a project. By not addressing this element, it has failed to show the true picture of the current environmental condition.
Next speaker, Vern Nelson.
Hey, guys. The Anaheim Democrats Club has passed a resolution asking you to postpone the April 16th vote on Disneyland Forward, which is approaching like a juggernaut. You may have noticed the Planning Commission vote was not unanimous. That's because Commissioner Perez agrees with us that there are still just too many problems and unanswered questions. We find it unacceptable that none of us are allowed to see the Cal State Fullerton economic report that Disney is using to justify this project and minimize its impacts, with the excuse that there is proprietary information in it. What proprietary information? The recipe for fairy dust? And then just yesterday, after we passed this resolution, we find out that you guys haven't even seen the study. Well, it doesn't seem like you can vote in good conscience then. This is a long resolution, and it'll take 3 of us to read it, and I have copies here for you. Whereas taxpayer-funded staff time has been used to openly promote Disneyland Forward as a positive project in advance of any council action, thank you, and prior to environmental and economic reports on the project's impacts versus benefits, whereas the city of Anaheim has misinformed the public with inflated claims of resort benefits, including the myth by SOAR that tourism generates over half of Anaheim's general fund, Whereas the public has been misinformed that the closure of Magic Way was requested by residents when neighbors actually requested traffic calming on Walnut Street, which appears unrelated to the closure of Magic Way. I'm going to skip a couple of whereases for time constraints. Whereas traffic studies for proposed land use alterations limit studies to those vehicles related to hotel guests, theme park visitors, and cast members, but have not considered the cumulative impact of tour buses, quasi-public transit such as ART and ATN, and the numerous delivery trucks which exceed the $6,000 weight limit on local streets. Whereas the public has also been misinformed about the cost saving of street closures when Disney already funds maintenance of the streets in question through the Resort Assessment District. Whereas the public has been denied information or misinformed regarding how vehicles diverted from street closures are most likely to impact nearby residential streets not intended for additional traffic. Whereas Disneyland Forward allows disruptive theme park operations to encroach on established residential neighborhoods, claiming that rides and attractions will be housed within show buildings, while failing to account for the increased noise of tens of thousands of visitors, outdoor performances, and other noise-producing activities associated with theme parks that are incompatible with adjacent homes. Whereas the Disney requested city ordinance, I'll skip that one. Whereas the public has never been offered any environmental study on the impact of Disneyland fireworks, despite the noise and potential air pollution from cells exploding midair or impact of unknown materials deposited on surrounding yards from the debris field blowing into residential neighborhoods. Whereas the amended development agreement fails to define restrictions on new fireworks shows if they launch from the current location east of Disneyland Drive, where noise intrusion and debris fields already impact residential neighborhoods. And Mike's going to take over from here.
Whereas the amended development agreement fails to determine restrictions on fireworks. You read that. Whereas the City of Anaheim's statement of overriding consideration seeks to ignore predictions of negative environmental impacts in the name of alleged economic benefits. Whereas the primary justification for Disneyland Forward is an economic report from CSUF Business School, a longtime recipient of Disney financial patronage, which obviously represents a conflict of interest. Whereas the Disney-funded CSUF economic report has been withheld, other than a 9-page executive summary, lacking primary source and citations. Whereas Disneyland Forward proposes to add 14,000 new employees, most earning less than the poverty line for the Orange County region, as stated in other the college study, where even recent gains in pay scale failed to keep pace with inflation, and many current Disney employees are still unhoused, 10% by the study. Whereas Disneyland Forward allows 40 additional years for Disney to develop their property, by continuing entitlements they failed to construct prior to 2010. Whereas the City of Anaheim appears unwilling to negotiate beyond minimal CEQA requirements and token amounts offered by Disney for parks and housing, insufficient to offset the cumulative impacts of disruption to the daily lives of Anaheim residents. Whereas news articles report litigation regarding Disney workplace conditions, a hostile proxy battle for Disney Governor Board, and a much publicized dispute with the state of Florida, as well as business practices reportedly poorly received by consumers, such as costly new streaming services, low-budget theme park improvements, and unprofitable movie projects, potentially undermining the appearance of the company's stability. Therefore, be it resolved, the Anaheim Democrats Club requests the Anaheim City Council reconsider Disneyland Forward, delay any vote until the following may be determined for the long-term health of Anaheim. Number one, the City of Anaheim should discontinue the use of staff time or other taxpayer-funded resources to promote Disneyland Forward prior to a final decision. The City of Anaheim should conduct independent studies, not one that's put together by someone Disneyland pays to put it together, free of bias or conflict of interest. The City of Anaheim should fully disclose all documents used in the decision-making process. The City of Anaheim should require Disney to create and comply with a plan for delivery of supplies to those areas amended development agreement to ensure existing residences and businesses are not impacted.
The city of Anaheim should build accountability and consequences into noise ordinances in the event that Disney exceeds acceptable noise levels, as they're currently doing with Disney After Dark. The city of Anaheim should consider the impacts of visual intrusion upon neighbors and require Disney to comply with height restrictions similar to those imposed by adjacent properties. The city of Anaheim should require Disney to fund an independent, peer-reviewed study of environmental impacts related to the current and/or future expanded use of pyrotechnic displays by Disney, including the impacts of noise, air quality, water, and ground pollutions to the neighborhoods outside of the Disney property. The city of Anaheim should include protections for Anaheim taxpayers in the amended development agreement, including clawbacks to tie specific benefits, such as the closure or abandonment of public streets, to reasonable development benchmarks. The city of Anaheim should partner only with stable organizations, able to fulfill the obligations of new agreements, and withhold approval of a new amended development agreement until Disney resolves issues, such as a hostile board proxy battle, while stabilizing their business model. Now by me. Let's go over the similarities between Disneyland Forward and the corrupt Angel Stadium deal. We have backroom dealings and secret meetings. One example, Disney says they met with Ashley on a certain date, yet that meeting is noticeably missing from Ashley's calendar. Number two, we currently have a stacked planning commission appointed by council members who have all received financial benefits from Disney. This is reminiscent of the planning commission on the Angels deal. Number three, we have missing documents that are being withheld from public view, namely the Cal State Fullerton report that is the basis of this deal. Are we really to believe that the city does not have a copy of it and that you will actually be voting on this without reading this document or the other 20,000 pages? Same thing happened on the Angels deal. We have city staff that is lying to you as well as us. Who gave staff permission to go out and tout this project? Are they considered Disney staff as well as Anaheim staff? Well, since there were no consequences for the previous corrupt behavior, I guess it makes sense that corruption would continue in this deal. We have an appraisal bought and paid for by Disney. Does that ring a bell for anyone? Remember Angel Stadium? And yet the city is blindly accepting this appraisal. You need to learn from history. So since I do pay attention to history, I assume there will be similar results as to what happened with the stadium deal. We will sue, council people will resign, staff will be fired, probably on their way to jail, and we will all go to court to see you all sentenced. Just as like we will be going to Harry's sentencing and Todd's sentencing and Melahat Rafi'i's sentencing. The FBI will come in and seize everything just like they did last week with P. Diddy.
Mark Herbert, Anaheim, Greece. During former mayor and now felon Harry Sadu's term, Anaheim first submitted its sixth cycle housing element to Sacramento. It was submitted September 28, 2021, 2.5 years ago. Anaheim has since submitted 2 additional housing element drafts. Anaheim is awaiting for the approval of its third draft. In a June 28, 2023 letter to Deputy City Manager and Director of Planning, Ted White, California's Department of Housing and Community Development wrote, quote, "During the housing element revision process, the city must continue to engage the community by making information regularly available while considering and incorporating comments where appropriate." The Anaheim Housing Element Update Committee, HEUC, was created to fulfill this obligation. It's responsible for holding a, quote, monthly meeting throughout the housing element update process. The committee's last meeting was September 9th, 2021. The last opportunity for public participation was 2 drafts and 2.5 years ago. At the last council meeting, Councilmember Rubalcaba said the HEUC was not a long-term committee. The HEUC's mission statement posted on the city's website says otherwise, quote, "The main purpose of the HEUC is to advise and provide input and perspective to staff throughout the 2021 through 2029 housing element update project process." The HEUC will hold monthly meetings throughout the housing element update process. The HEUC meetings will be open to the public so that anyone may attend, observe, and provide input. The last time the HEUC held a public meeting or posted an update on the city's website was 2.5 years ago. The housing element planning process has continued for 2.5 years through Sudu's term, the new council, and 2 more drafts. The mayor and council have changed. Anaheim's housing element planning process policy of excluding the public has not. Mr. White at the last meeting said, quote, "We haven't had much to report in quite some time as we have been navigating the minutia with the state of California. Currently, Anaheim is out of compliance with the state law. In the minutia are questions about Anaheim's housing needs. In the minutia are questions of why only 178 affordable units were permitted last year. In the minutia are questions why 48 affordable units were lost on Walnut Street across from Disneyland. There's a lot more lost in the minutia. Continue on this process and you're looking at lawsuits as Huntington Beach and Beverly Hills have recently found out." Thank you.
Good evening. I keep hoping to hear that the vote has been delayed from April 16th so you can send Disneyland Forward proposal back to the drawing board and deal with the obvious failures hidden within the documents we are reading. I see no such announcement yet. Reports done by Disney's consultants don't agree with one another. They contradict things said in the fancy Disneyland Forward PowerPoint presentations. Even city staff offer us inconsistent information. For instance, from the beginning, Disney has maintained that Magic Way was not intended for use by local drivers. However, we know and have known that the reason for limiting turns onto Walnut was not to prevent local traffic from using the street to access the freeway. Rather, it was to keep tourists from cutting through our neighborhoods to access the resort. As it turns out, in the Gibson report ordered by Disney titled Supplemental Analysis for Magic Way Traffic Redistribution for the Disneyland Forward Project, page 3 confirms this point. Addressing the local cut-through traffic trying to access the freeway, it states, Magic Way West volumes. The traffic counts confirmed a relatively small number of vehicles used Walnut Street and Magic Way intersection, as was intended with the original design of Magic Way. Local traffic is using the street as intended for local traffic, but Disney has taken it over. They have a long history of taking what they want, even when it belongs to others. Don't believe me? Ask the Fujishige family about their strawberry farm. Ask Odetics about finding their business listed on a map as Disney's parking structure. This is also how the Grand Hotel was put out of business so Disney could snap up the property in foreclosure. Ironically, the property outside the original park that Disney now wants to develop belonged to others before Disney pushed outward, often against the will of those who owned what was taken. It was if using the street allegedly more than the locals grants Disney some bizarre right to own it, then Walnut Street is certainly to be next. Disney says they are closing Magic Way at the request of residents, but that's not what we asked for. We asked for traffic calming on Walnut, which relates to Disney's delivery trucks. Records do not reflect requests to close Magic Way or even a connection between Magic Way and traffic calming on Walnut. It's all in the reports, but I get the feeling you are relying on what staff tells you instead of reading the reports we take the time to read. I am tired of being bullied by Disney. I am weary of waiting for one of you to speak up on behalf of the people you asked to represent when you ran for office. I ask that this mess be postponed until it's fixed. We are out of time, and I am out of patience. Thank you.
Next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. So have you found my speech is a little shocking, my language? Because people do come up to me and they say, hey, how dare you, and don't say those things. But I'm not saying them. I'm quoting your officers. I'm quoting your staff. And when we sit down and we chat, when we talk, when we meet each other in public, you're like, oh, we're going to make Anaheim a better city. And I don't see how any of you are doing anything to make Anaheim better. A perfect example is your police review board. It's basically like you found people who still follow Alex Jones's news ideas about the Sandy Hook shooting. And you found people who say, we want cops in schools because I'm a parent and I want to feel safe. Do you ever think about what your child wants? Do you ever think what's safe for the school and the community? School resource officers are targeted. Guy walking around with a gun all day solving problems, which are the children. What do you think the child's going to learn? Hey, go get a gun, solve the problem. You guys don't even have the courage to look at us. I mean, this isn't just today. This is the future. This is the decision that, oh, hey, Mayor Ashley, you have children, right? And you want to make Anaheim better for them? How is doping up a bunch of kids on psych meds and having cops walking around schools making it safer for them? I was pulled over Friday, given a ticket for my registration, and I've already paid the registration, and except for this meeting, I'd be at the police department getting the fix-it ticket signed off. So just 3 or 4 days, and I paid attention and I respected the officer. It's a shame that you don't have that same respect for your officers or for the people in the community. And, it shouldn't be just because an Anaheim police officer within 0.125 seconds will blow a hole in the back of somebody's head. Or 5 seconds after the person's put down a fake gun, that they've proven that they don't have any ability to handle an officer shooting that person dead. And then our mayor saying, oh, the tragedy of the Super Bowl shootings. No community should have to live in that terror, but then she directs a community that lives in terror. And she doesn't have the courage to look at the people who give her the opportunity to be the hero, to make the changes in Anaheim that will prevent those types of behavior, that'll stop the police from killing people indiscriminately, that'll stop their fellow workers from using the N-word, stop their fellow workers from using the police in their position of authority rather than addressing petitions and presenting evidence that you have reason to do what you're doing. We came here to give you the opportunity to be heroes, and you're just being as stupid as you can be. Happy day.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person public comments. Noting for the record, we did receive 4 comments on electronically on general comments. Those were distributed to council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you so much, Clerk. So we will now close the public comment portion of this meeting and move to council member communications. Are there any council members that would like to share? Start with Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Thank you. Let me get to my notes here. Okay, today we are proud to share that tonight's City Council meeting can be watched online with real-time Spanish captioning. Spanish captioning is available, through our web broadcast at anaheim.net/TV. You just go to anaheim.net/TV, look for the Anaheim TV video player, and you click on the CC button, and you will have the opportunity to select Spanish subtitles. It's a great way for those who speak Spanish to not have to come into council chambers, but can view the meetings from home and understand what's going on. For now, live captioning is available just on anaheim.net/TV. But our city staff is going to continue to look at expanding live captioning to YouTube and other broadcasts as available. For now, you can watch replays of our council meeting on YouTube with the Spanish captioning. I thank you, staff, for working on this. It's taken a while to get everything organized and moving, but it's an important step for our community that speaks in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to let everybody know, so Saturday's park cleanup and beautification at Majeska Park in District 2 is being rescheduled. Like so many things lately, the event is being moved for rain. While Saturday's weather looks okay, we've learned from experience that a full day of rain forecast for Friday will make things a little bit too challenging. So we're all hoping that this is the last of our rain, and we look forward to better weather ahead and ask that you stay tuned as we'll be sharing a new date soon. Together with Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz, we wanted to invite everyone to a lemonade meet and greet with Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva on Saturday, April 13th at 1 p.m. at Stoddard Park. We hope you'll join us for some lemonade, an opportunity to chat with us, the Assemblywoman, as well as her team, some of our city staff as well. So we hope to see you there. Again, that's April 13th, 1 o'clock at Stoddard Park. We also hope that you'll mark your calendars for our second annual Children's Day Fun Fair on Saturday, April 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. over at Barton Park. We've teamed up with various organizations to offer an unforgettable experience filled with prizes, resources, activities, sweet treats like ice cream from Tocumbo, ice cream as well from Senator Newman's ice cream truck, and so much more. So don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to come together, celebrate our children and our students, and overall have fun. So again, that's April 27th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Barton Park. I also just wanted to give a quick shout out to our community services team as well as our HCD team for their continuous efforts in helping us address some of the neighborhood issues with the railroads as well as Edison right-of-ways. And it's been an ongoing process and the effort continues, although maybe we don't see it right away. I know that there's progress being made, so just wanted to give them a shout out. And again, we look forward to seeing everybody at some of our upcoming events. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, while not a Anaheim resident, I'd like my colleagues' patience if we can close tonight in memory of a 60-year friend of mine, Matthew Gaffney. Matt attended Mater Dei with me. I got to know him in 1964. He was San Juan Capistrano's answer to me. Been in every board and commission, active in their Transportation Commission, Planning Commission, never an elected official, and he didn't write any books. But he was well loved by the community. He passed away in his sleep this morning after having a valiant fight with cancer. He was just this last weekend their Grand Marshal at one of their hometown parades, and he survived long enough for that. And it would mean a great deal to me if we can do that. Additionally, and thank you very much, additionally, do we have I think we have a slide or two here. Last week, I was asked to participate in a public utility tour. One of our public utility commissioners, Mitch Lee, who some of you know, invited a number of UCI students as well as some various advocates and some engineering people to join public utility staff to look kind of behind the drape, behind the scenes at our utility from the perspective of what does a municipal utility look like, and more importantly for the UCI students, what kind of job opportunities are there. We had a wonderful morning and visited the control center, drove all the way out to Lanane Filter Plant in the Anaheim Hills, and then came back to one of Anaheim's very modern electrical substations here in the central part of Anaheim. And then Mitch and I went 50-50 on lunch for all the guests. So it was a fun opportunity, and we thank Anaheim Public Utilities again and all the utility staff, including Gil, by the way, who just loves to show us substations. Gil just can't get over that. And then, Madam Mayor, I think probably you need to speak to this more than me, but we all attended the volunteer recognition luncheon last week. We were all there, and I'll just say it was an honor recognizing the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of volunteers that make the city very, very special for their tens of thousands of hours. And Madam Mayor, I'll ask that you speak a little bit more to that later. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. I only have one item to report on today, and I believe the clerk has some slides. So tonight I want to remember a life lost too soon and a loss that really hits home here in Anaheim. Adrian Alexander Correa was just 18 when he lost his life in March after a fight at a party in Riverside. Adrian was from a family that was raised in Anaheim. I went to Anaheim High School with his parents, Angelica Hernandez and Alex Correa. Even after moving to Riverside, they kept strong ties to our city. Adrian grew up playing sports, including hockey at Anaheim Ice, right here in District 3, and loved going to Angel games. Adrian and his family would regularly visit Anaheim, where his grandparents still live for more than 55 years. Adrian's potential was sadly cut short. He graduated 2 months into his senior year to pursue his passion in barbering. Helping people feel great about themselves through hair and style meant everything to Adrian. And he was only days away from finalizing his commitment to serve in the Navy, to serve his country like his father, Alex, and his uncle, Eddie, who served as Marines. Today, we honor Adrian's life legacy, and our thoughts go out to his family and as they cope with this unthinkable loss. And Mayor Aiken, I request that you close the meeting in his memory tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to hear for both of those losses in our community. Just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Fessel's picture. Wanted to thank my council colleagues that were able to attend. It's so important when we have so many volunteers, whether it's volunteers in our libraries, at our community centers, with our police department, with our fire department. There's so many folks in Anaheim that just give countless hours away from their families and away from, out of their free time, away from their jobs, away from their homes to make Anaheim a better place and really embrace the Anaheim way. So I want to, again, thank them and really give a shout out to Shawnee and the community services staff for putting on an amazing program. It is like a mini wedding. They put so much time in the tables and the flowers and getting all of those certificates printed out for everyone, the invitations, the arts and performance by the Anaheim Ballet. It was just an absolutely magically put together program. So I want to make sure that we acknowledge the hard work that our staff puts out there every single year. Just have one thing, just wanted to highlight for the group. We are doing at our downtown Anaheim Community Center on April 10th from 6 to 8 p.m. It's a drop-in about the Disneyland Forward program. I know we've had a lot of people coming to public comment with specific questions on specific documents. I want to thank the staff for helping me put this together to just make sure that we are answering all the questions that we have out in our community, dotting I's, crossing T's, and really trying to address and be out there in a transparent way to answer questions. So if you are able to share this slide, it should be on our social media. If you could share it in your communities, if you could share it on your social media, we would like to have as many people there as possible to ask questions specifically about this project. So moving on, it's now the time for the, I did not miss anybody, correct? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager?
I have no report.
Okay, so we are now going to recess the city council to address the Housing Authority agenda. Items 1 and 2 are before us. Is there a motion?
I'll move the items.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So thank you. Without objection, we will adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the City Council consent calendar. We have items 3 through 9 before us. Are there any members of the council that wish to remove a specific item for further discussion? Please ring in. Seeing none, do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
I'll move it. Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
Okay, so moving on to our next item is item number 10. The first item on our business calendar is mayoral appointment to the Planning Commission. So for the mayoral appointment, I would like to nominate Ms. Deirdre Kelly. She is a District 6 resident, former real estate attorney, and now a real estate professor. So please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointment moves forward.
Thank you. Item 11 is an information item regarding the benefits and potential uses of a housing trust fund. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present information on the opportunities associated with the Local Housing Trust Fund. In many respects, this presentation is a continuation of item 14 on last week's City Council agenda, where we reviewed tools and techniques to support affordable housing production in Anaheim. And just like last week, the information presented herein is simply intended to provide context to aid council in any discussion or any direction that you wish to provide to staff. With me tonight are members of the HCD team who have helped research this item. Andy Nogel, Deputy Director, Karen Cardwell, Housing Services Manager, and Kevin Clausen, Community Investment Manager. To assist us as we walk through the critical elements of this discussion, staff has prepared a presentation with information that includes how the department has historically been able to guide affordable housing development, the continuing need for affordable housing at various income levels, key elements of an affordable housing trust fund, and lastly, flexibilities that may derive from having a local, ongoing, dedicated income stream. The Anaheim model of affordable housing production is a unique model in that there is substantial direct involvement from HCD staff, stemming all the way from site selection, design, to financing. As we have shared in the past, Anaheim assistance often includes land, loans to fill financial gaps, and also tends to include the provision of long-term rental subsidies in the form of project-based rental vouchers. Additionally, our staff are a significant added benefit, often serving as ombudsmen to help developers navigate the city's permitting process, something that is not offered in many other cities. While the city offers several programs to assist community members to access housing, production of new affordable housing is one of our most significant mandates. Financing of new rental units is complex and in our experience, always requires involvement of the city. As the slide depicts, we have access to multiple external sources of funds. However, a local match is often required to unlock these funding streams or to fill gaps. For context, the reasons why we require multiple sources is directly tied to the cost of affordable housing production. These are some of the most recent costs associated with units produced in Anaheim. Historically, the city has had two key sources of funding to support production: the federal home program and the tax increment funds. Together, at our high point in resources, which was 2012, these combined sources provided $17 million in funding for our efforts. As has been widely shared, redevelopment was dissolved in 2012, wiping out most of our significant revenue for housing production. Similarly, the home program has continued to see reductions at the federal level. And because the mayor asked last week, we did look at the inflationary calculation as to what the value of $15 million in 2020 represents in today's money, and it is approximately $20.3 million. At the time of dissolution, the city retained both some assets that were land and funds. With these residual resources, the department has continued to forge ahead and remained fully engaged in bringing forth new rental units. Recent examples of ongoing activities include developments such as Buena Esperanza, El Verano, Finamore, and the soon-to-open Miraflores. We have also engaged in significant land assemblage along the Beach Boulevard corridor. With the resources that remain, we are hyper-focused on ensuring that the high-priority community revitalization work on Beach Boulevard is completed. This includes the development of 2 sites at Beach Boulevard and Lincoln, and the opportunity to acquire 1 more motel. With the important resource of land available, we have the potential to bring forth another 650 units on 8 remaining authority-owned development sites. However, there is a need for approximately $50 million to realize the potential on this land exclusively. At present day, these are the funding sources that are available to us on either a recurring or a competitive basis. For recurring funds, we can count on home funds as well as the permanent local housing allocation funds. Combined, that represents approximately $4.5 million. At this pace, you could probably tell that it will take a significant amount of time to bring those units online. So what is our current need? This slide represents our RHNA goals, and we fully recognize that these are aspirational goals, as we acknowledged in our last week's presentation. It would be extremely challenging for our jurisdiction, or really any jurisdiction, to achieve these numbers. When we examine the needs of people on the ground level, this is what the average rent is in Anaheim, $2,585, and for the average worker at making approximately $16 an hour, it requires 123 hours of work. For home ownership, which is a stated priority both for the department and for the council, these are the numbers. 850,000 is approximately what it currently costs today to be able to access a home in Anaheim. As we have shared in the past, we do provide down payment assistance, and that averages between $100 and $150K. So, understanding what the need is and what our current resources are, we bring forward to you tonight one of the tools discussed in last week's affordable housing study. That tool is the consideration of a housing trust fund. What is a housing trust fund? A housing trust fund is a flexible source of funding that can be used for a variety of affordable housing options. It's a vehicle where we can park funds, and it's a predictable and locally controlled source of money. In Orange County, there are 2 existing trust funds, the Orange County Housing Finance Trust and what we call the private trust fund under the auspices of Nueva Works. Both of these funds provide what we call last mile funding. That means they come in after all other sources have been secure. These funds, if we use Finamore as an example, provide about $1.5 million in financing and represent a commitment of about $15K a unit. We looked at as we put together this presentation, we looked at a variety of different models in terms of how have other jurisdictions that implement this vehicle as a tool, what are the models that they have used? In this slide, we depict one of the models, which is a private-public partnership commonly used by large counties or other jurisdictions where the mix of funds is a combination of government funds and private sources. So it's not exclusively what we see here are under the Orange County Housing Finance, which is government funding. And then we also looked at a public model. The features of a public model is that they're typically used by cities. They contain only public funds. They're typically governed or administered by a local housing department, and the government body structure is a city council. In the previous model, it tends to be a governing board that is elected. It doesn't necessarily need to be the local governing body, but certainly in a public trust fund, that is how that works. As is stated in the staff report, given this discussion, while we are not necessarily making a recommendation tonight, it does appear to make sense that we focus on a public trust fund for the purposes of this discussion. A public trust fund typically only contains public funds and accepts money generally from government. We can accept donations or grants that we apply for and receive. When considering the options of a local trust fund, key considerations are that there be a reliable, ongoing funding structure, that the governing structure be something that is acceptable and predictable for the city council or the trust fund's comfort level. Personnel resources, this is, in the case of the HCD department, this is potentially an added task. But most importantly in this is really the opportunity to leverage and grow these funds. That is the beauty of a trust fund, is being able to grow it. When staff reviewed these options, as I indicated earlier, it was really with the eye of a public trust fund, but we also wanted to give you a flavor of what does having a local trust fund mean? What are the benefits of it? As we've discussed a few times, there are, while we've tonight focused on what it costs to produce a rental unit, and we've given you the numbers of what we've had in terms of rental ability to bring forth rental units. What we really hope to achieve, if there's consideration for a trust fund, is the ability to have multiple buckets to really impact not only production of affordable housing for rental, to be able to assist in homeownership, to potentially put together programs such as eviction prevention, to eventually maybe even get into preservation of existing affordable housing units that may be losing their affordable housing covenants, and even consideration of a neighborhood revitalization fund. However, all of this is really dependent on the level of funding that exists in a trust fund, where those sources may be, and how much you can actually leverage, because each bucket would come with its own need for resources. When we're talking about a public trust fund, assuming that that's one of the vehicles that may be under consideration, potential funding for financing can include current city funds, new city funds, grants, donations from public sources, and as we've often done is requests for earmarks, going after things like CalOptima, and a wide variety of other funding sources that has become our tradition in terms of accessing additional resources. So we know we've presented a lot tonight. And there's probably questions, so we will stop at this point and open for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Council Member Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's see if I understand this correctly. Basically, you're asking for two things: to create this trust fund basically an account or a bucket where we would put money. And two, who is going to be the administrator of this fund. So I'm okay with number one, creating an account or a fund, trust fund. And I propose that it be administered by the Housing and Community Development. As you are the one that had the experience doing this and had the expertise. Council is ultimately the responsible decision maker, but that's my proposal. I'm okay with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Fussell.
I agree that, I would like to establish the Housing Trust Fund as the potentially governing body up here, and through your work, Grace, and your team. I'd like to have the opportunity to kind of review what our program is in using this money. And you and I have talked before. If you go back to the slide where it talked about how much money we spend per unit in developing these, I believe we have some of the highest standards for affordable housing units in size and quality of finishes and things like that. And I believe that, these should be nice places that, support families and things. But some of our standards, I think, are a little bit excessive. And one, I think we can serve more families with a more streamlined standards for what those units are. And I'd like to see maybe some revised standard coming out of your group. And then also, my goal is to move people to independence. I want a program, and that's why we talked last week a little bit about having these, some of these lower affordable units in a complex that provides services, that provides daycare, that provides tutoring for the kids, so that they have the wraparound services that they need, and we can move them up, and that they can transition out of these affordable units or these subsidized units and let another family in. And sometimes when you put a family into a place that's so big and better than anything that they could afford on that next step, they're not leaving. And we've talked about, how many people have moved out of this affordable complex? Well, nobody, because it's so wonderful. That's awesome, but I also want to help people move into independence. So if that can be part of our program, I would appreciate that.
Professor?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It was my honor to represent Anaheim for over 4 years in the Orange County Housing Finance Trust. And those were formative years. And a lot of the questions and issues that we dealt with, Anaheim will need to deal with soon. I was very pleased, honored to have been able, I think my fingerprints are on the Center of Hope somewhere, and because they received a substantial grant from the Housing Trust. And I think Anaheim has been on a recipient of other grants from them as well. It worked well. It continues to work well. I'm very pleased that one of my colleagues now is representing our city on that. I think it's one of many tools in our toolbox. It's one of many, or could be, one of many arrows in our quiver. I think we're practically there now. I think, honestly, I think your team probably almost does this. You are better at finding grants than I think you all receive high accolades from all of us here on your ability to find money. And I think this is just one added component. Where do you place it? Where do you park it? And I think that's, I'm certainly very supportive of this as far as who manages it and what are the granting criteria, that will come, probably after I'm gone. Nonetheless, it will come, and I'm sure it will, the community and our residents will benefit from that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
If I may, just on the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, I think the biggest distinction that we're talking about in an Anaheim Trust Fund and an Orange Housing Trust Fund is that is last mile. So typically, we're averaging about $1.5 million as last mile funding when everything has already been accumulated. The key reason for asking for some consideration of a trust fund is that the Anaheim model has been about acquiring land in addition to gap financing. And so the purpose of showing the slide is just our average gap financing just by itself is $65K. What we're getting from others is about $15K. So that is really the recurring need. And the Anaheim Trust Fund, the Housing Trust Fund is one of those examples where you can set it up for a very specific purpose. Their mission really was to create 2,400 permanent supportive housing units. It is really intended to support homeless housing. And so when we talked about the buckets here, another key distinction I think would be to have some local flexibility to do things above and beyond permanent supportive housing, which is really that workforce housing, potentially depending on what the investment is in the trust fund, maybe move the needle a little bit on some home ownership, but also trying to be proactive.
I'm not saying that the Orange County Housing Finance Trust is our model. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying our model needs to be what works for us. I'm just saying, though, that's another entity that has partnered with you and your team over the years to benefit our community. And that's exactly what I see, that whatever we do with our housing trust fund will also work together. So one does not exclude the other, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you go back to the slide that gave the ideas of things you'd like to work on? That one. I love the breadth of this, not only new units, home ownership, eviction prevention, preserving existing units is so important, and also neighborhood revitalization. I spoke about that last week. As we look at some neighborhoods, they desperately need help. If we don't do anything, we won't be able to do anything. But as we look at those neighborhoods to revitalize them, not to gentrify them, just revitalize them so people have a better quality of life living in those areas and neighborhoods. So I really like that fact that you're thinking about all those things. I also loved, I had noted it as a question, but you answered it, and that is, even though it's a public trust, it can take in private donations and private money. Thank you for answering that question. And actually, what I'd like to end with is, I would certainly ask that my colleagues here on the dais support in having staff develop the guidelines for the future adopting of a housing trust here in the city of Anaheim. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rubalcaba, and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. I love the idea of a housing trust, and I think we've been talking about this for quite some time, so I'm glad that we're finally bringing it back to council for consideration. Some of the things I would just like us to keep in mind as we're developing the guidelines, as Mayor Pro Tem requested, is let's keep it simple. It seems like we consistently want to be all things to, and that's great because we make a lot of progress in the city of Anaheim, but I think the emphasis should really be focused on first-time home buyer programs. I also, I think the last mile funding is significant, but we do get other sources of revenue for that. So I think being able to provide workforce housing opportunities to residents or people who work in our city is significant, especially since looking at the budget, the revenue from property taxes is up. So if we can help people get into homes that they purchase, that would further help our tax base here in the city. Another thing that I want to address is the ongoing funding source that you mentioned. So I love the idea of private funding, and I think this speaks to the request that we've made to Disney when they came here and presented on Disney Forward. Love the $30 million that they are going to give, $15 million the first year, $15 million in, I think it's what, 15 years, Jim? But, and that, is it 5 years? And that further, I think, reinforces the fact that it would be amazing if they would give $5 million in perpetuity, or at least through the term of the 40 years. So I think having this housing trust is a great basis for us to continue that conversation with Disney as they come forward to council in a couple of weeks. So I hope that they will consider helping us maintain this housing trust. I know they have a history of contributing to other housing trusts. They did start the housing trust that NeighborWorks currently manages through the Orange County Business Council. So I hope that that is something that they will consider, especially since they will be generating, I think it's 5,000 jobs that may not be high-paying jobs. They will be jobs that will probably take advantage of some of these first-time home buyer programs. And then I also just wanted to put on your radar the CDFI requirements that will probably have to be part of a housing trust that has first-time home buyer programs affiliated with it. Just as you're building out the model, it'll be important that we have all of those elements included. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo what my colleague, Councilmember Wilcava, mentioned about these opportunities to ensure that we're funding and having these opportunities for the long term. And so I do have a few questions. I'm supportive of this. I just wanted to get a little bit more information. Since we're creating our own trust, Grace, are there any set rules or laws that would predetermine any conditions that govern this or restrict these funds? Or does it really just depend on how we decide to structure this?
We've done the research on this, and because when you start to get a little bit more in the boxes, depending on the type of resources that you get, obviously, if you're taking federal or state money, those come with predetermined outcomes. Generally speaking, the income level of who you're serving, and tend to lean into more of a rental product. The beauty of a trust fund, and it really is, it's a blank slate, is that if it is local dollars that don't come with the strings attached of things like a home program, what have you, that's where you have maximum flexibility. We have, just to share some of the insider baseball, we've been talking about, like, well, how would we do a home ownership program that maybe looks different than what we have to do when we're doing, for example, our Begin program that requires up to $150K investment, because that's the guidelines of that program. And if you start to do the math quickly, you need some pretty sizable amounts of dollars to really get some big numbers. But is there something different, a different way of thinking about that, maybe smaller portions for different income levels, because it's not restricted dollars? So that's really the key difference, is when we start to take state and federal dollars, there's more dictation than when it's local dollars.
But we wouldn't be limited to, let's say, if we go one route, we can still accept both state, local dollars. Obviously, there's rules that govern that, but we can also accept private donations or things related to development. Is that accurate?
That is our understanding. Karen has done a lot of this heavy lifting for us. That's my understanding in terms of a public fund creates the opportunity to accept both.
Okay, thank you. In order to maintain this trust, is there an amount that we would need to be looking at on a yearly basis?
That really depends on council goals. I think that's the big policy question before, I think, city council, in terms of, like, what are the buckets that you would want us to affect and what size? Because then we would back into a budget as to whether or not we could deliver that. I mean, the one slide that does, the one with the 650 units, that is the one slide where we did look internally and said, we have this rare opportunity where we happen to have land that we own because we used redevelopment sources with it. And so in the absence of a recurring fund, that land will sit for a longer period of time because it'll take us time to cobble together the money. So this is one of those places that is an example. If our goal is we want these 650 units on Housing Authority-owned land that we already have, how quickly do we want to activate it? And so we know that requires $50 million. And so, and that's new money because in our other slides, we attempted to show you that the resources of the redevelopment agency, once we do this, once we do our top priorities on Rebuild Beach, that resource is gone. And so what remains, PLHA funds and home funds, which is about $4 million a year. And so $4 million a year, when we start to look at the buckets, we can do some things, but they're not going to be big numbers. So I think really the question is, it's a joint policy discussion about where do we want to have the most impact, and given those collective goals, what's the budgets that's necessary to get there.
And do you have any idea in terms of other cities that might be comparable to the city of Anaheim, what they currently have or what they yield?
We did research on a number of housing trust funds. Do you want to share a few that we've? The housing trust funds that have the most robust type of funding that come in, they tend to be larger cities and they have voter-passed initiatives. I think locally, the trust fund that, it's not, I don't think it's a trust fund. That's probably not a trust fund. I'm going to punt to Karen a little bit and see if she has a better answer than I do.
And if you need to follow up on that one, that's fine too. I'm not trying to put anyone on the spot necessarily.
In terms of dollar amounts, I don't have anything exact for you, but I can look into that. I think the closest one to the city of our size nearby is Long Beach, which is publicly funded through various public dollars.
Okay. And then just final question. So on the slide with the different buckets of services, you mentioned that each bucket would have to have its own funding requirements, and maybe I didn't hear you correctly on that one. Can you clarify if I got that right, or does it just depend on us because we're the ones that are creating the trust?
So these are all the things that we would hope to achieve. And obviously, we would affect buckets differently depending on what's available. So if there was one source of money in that particular, initially say we want to do home ownership and we say our goal is 50, let's say, and that takes up 80% of the funding, then obviously we're limited in what we could do in other places. And that was really just a distinction that I was just trying to make, that in our world, we would love to impact every single one of these buckets, but each one has a funding requirement attached to it. So depending of the size of that recurring fund, we can do, that will really dictate what we do, how diversified we can be, and where we can impact the most.
No, and I appreciate the separation of the services. I think they're all absolutely important, especially for folks that grow up in the city of Anaheim, right? That maybe they're in that weird spot where they're not necessarily, they're maybe lower middle class, that they would love to buy a home in the hometown that they grew up in, but sometimes it's just not. I mean, you saw the affordable slide, that sometimes it's not feasible for them. So I'm definitely supportive of this. And again, it's just another, I think someone mentioned it already, another tool in the toolbox to try to help not just folks with affordable housing, but also just trying to get more people to own homes, to make sure that they're living under a roof. And so I appreciate your work, Grace. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions I just wanted to ask about the difference between the public fund versus the public-private. In the staff report, it mentions that the public fund could use private funds subject to the rules and certain rules and regulations. Could you explain what that means?
So they basically, when we accept, if we were to have a public fund that was governed by, say, city council, then that would be controlled by the city. So when we accept in private donations, they would just have to meet certain specific requirements under the law. Typically, those grants or donations are specified for particular types of public good. and so that we know what they're going into the trust fund for. And that mainly impacts the donator's ability to achieve a tax write-off for those.
So if somebody wants to donate or make a gift or bequeath money to a public fund, they would be able to do that as long as our disclosures that it's going to be used for housing are adequate and upfront?
We haven't gotten down into the nitty-gritty of that, but having gone through city attorney's office, they confirmed that yes, we could receive the private donations. And so we would have to do further exploration on exactly what we would require from the private donor.
I think the difference that we're trying to strike here is whether or not if somebody wanted to give and receive a tax write-off for it. I think that distinguishes a lot between the public and the private. Often these privates they're nonprofit boards. They have a 501c3 or whatever that other vehicles, and so that then is where you can derive the ability to take in a charitable contribution. With a public fund, we can receive it, unlikely to be seen as a contribution that then derives a tax benefit, but we can receive it if it's very concise as to it's going to be used for this purpose and it's deposited into a vehicle that recognizes that that's how it's going to be spent.
Okay, thank you. And then between the public fund and the public-private fund, is there a difference with which how both of those or different models interact with the housing authority? How do those three, or how does the housing authority interact with a public fund versus public-private?
The public-private one is, we've seen those commonly be like the Googles, the big ones with really big money, bigger pots of money, and then there's a board. And so you come and present, and often some of that money is put out through an RFP situation, and so there could be multiple entities coming after that money because it's larger money. I think what we were talking about in terms of a public, locally controlled type of fund is that then, it would be available for our resources. Staff would come to the board, which is city council in this case, and say, we have this resource, we have this project, can we get approval from you to move the money out of this? But we would be truly the sole applicant to that fund, as opposed to a lot of the private partnerships. They tend to be larger counties, and it's partnerships with counties and with the one that keeps coming is the one that's in Silicon Valley. There's a lot of players in that, and so that board is really, it's government, it's private, and you come and you apply to them. And so there's a lot more decision-making in the hands of that body in terms of whether or not it meets the stated goals of that nonprofit board. So those are some of the key distinctions.
So in the model that was referenced, is there a possibility with the public-private board, given that it's a separate nonprofit 501c3 with its own fiduciary duties to that board, that some of the money potentially put into it could go to projects outside of Anaheim? Or can it be structured where it is only designated for projects inside city limits?
It would be ours, so our rules, I believe, and I would defer to, I believe, because it's our own local trust, and we could define the boundaries under which we're going to spend that. I think like the Silicon Trust funds, they specify, they don't invest here, they invest in the Silicon Valley area because they brought in so many high-tech jobs that was resulting in displacement. And there is guardrails around what they will do. And there's other examples like in LA of trust funds that serve LA County, LA City, the LA County CDA, which is a large government. It has a nonprofit housing trust fund, and they only invest their dollars in LA County unincorporated in areas.
And is there any difference between and guidelines on whether you can bond against money in a public-private housing trust versus what we can do with funds that are in a public fund?
We'd have to get back to you on that. We don't think we've gotten down to the mechanics of can we bond here and can we bond there. So yeah, so if we'll certainly be, maybe through a memo, what have you, we can get back to you on that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm asking is I want us to have as much flexibility to take things in as possible. So is there, if the public-private model, because it's a 501c3, does that restrict us from taking federal money? Or does it restrict us from going after certain corporations or philanthropic grants or programs that are out there? Like, which one do you feel it gives us the most flexibility and assurance that we retain control, that projects and units are going to be built in Anaheim?
I think both will ensure that they get built in Anaheim, but I think to your point, how much breadth in terms of can we bond, who can put money into it, will certain people be incentivized if you can get a tax write-off? And so is that something that's inviting to us to really broaden that? So those are all things that we can certainly look at. I think in the staff report, we kind of leaned into this being a public trust because we were thinking a little smaller. It's like, well, we may be getting some local dollars and maybe some opportunities to grow it locally, also recognizing that we have the Orange County Housing Finance Trust and there's a Neighborhood Works. And so we would technically be somewhat of a competitor to those. And so a lot of the money we thought, at least initially, may be things that are really homegrown to Anaheim.
Thank you. Can you go back to the slide? It was like a house that showed the different levels of financing. And can you just walk me through what we are doing right now to finance our affordable rental housing stock? So city land. Then when we're talking about city loans.
City loan is where the resources of the former redevelopment agency, any new recurring money that comes in, we're able to loan it out. So it's also in the case of homeownership, we lend out our money in terms of loans. So any money that we invest into properties, whether they be homeownership or rental, they're always done as a rent. As a loan. We get that money back. Often it takes some time to get back, could be 15 to 30 years to do that, but they are loans. So those are the city loans. The soft loans could be some of the pre-development costs, those type of examples. The permanent loan is really when the project goes from being in construction to now it's converting to a permanent. So we'll lend, some of our money can be used on the front side and some of our money could be used on the back end, soft loans. Like we do environmental cleanup, we do a lot of other things to site prep. And so that's where that distinguishes what's a soft loan versus what's we loan long-term for the permanent. Both of those things get wrapped into our development agreements and get repaid. And the tax credit equity is basically what comes from the federal government, and also stated is the largest source of funding that helps us to create affordable housing. And that's competitive, so we go apply for that. And I will note here that in order to get tax equity, it does require a local match. These funds have been increasingly become competitive, so we are finding that in order to get that tax credit, we are having to up what our local match is so that the state is convinced of our local investment and we get the top scores.
So what is the average, maybe if you don't even have a year, because I understand if we're doing a first-time home buyers program, we're not going to see any of that loan repayment until the person then sells their house, I'm assuming for a certain level profit, so that they're at least retaining the equity in their own home. But how does that work when we are financing like apartment projects like Miraflores or the Finnemore?
Yeah. It takes about 20 to 30 years to see some money come back, and it's usually through residual receipts cash flow. So there's what we call a waterfall. All these different funders gave at the stake, and so there's a priority order of who gets paid first. The first entity to get paid is the bank. Any money that comes from private capital, that goes first. And then soft lender, it could be the Orange Housing Trust Fund and ourselves. And so after that major permanent debt is paid off to the banks, then the soft lenders start to take a little bit of a bite of the apple. And so in the beginning, it takes some years for a property to stabilize and to start really generating enough money to start to pay off their loans. But it's typical for us to start to see residual receipts or cash investments back 20 to 30 years. We have had a couple of situations where maybe permanent financing was achieved at a higher interest rate, and so they'll refinance. And in those particular cases, we are able to see some of our investment come back sooner. But typically, it's a long game.
Okay. And thank you so much for putting this all together. And I'm really thoughtful to your recommendation. It seems like the public fund gives us a bit more flexibility going forward. And thank you for looking up the numbers. It is striking to me that when we were discussing this and we discussed redevelopment as if it's this archaic thing in the past, but just to look over the fact that we are trying to figure out a way to make up a delta of $165 million, which would be $20 million a year today, plus the 4.6 between home and SB2 funds. Do you think that's the number that we are looking at to try to have as an annual contribution, the 24.6 million, give or take?
I will say this. The bigger the pot is, the more we can do. I think at the end of the day, it's really a policy discussion against going back to the buckets of the things that, as a city, we want to impact and at what depth we want to impact them. And that would really derive the number. I mean, the number could be, if we, let's say for argument's sake, we pick the eviction bucket and we think that that's our highest priority and probably the one that requires the least amount of investment. We could do much larger numbers if we went just all in on that. Simultaneously, if you took that same number and we said, we just want to go in all on home ownership, the delta is going to be quite different in terms of how many families you can assist with, let's say, an eviction prevention that requires lower investment versus a first-time home buyers. But each one has intrinsic value that really we're looking for direction from this policy body to tell us where would you like to place the value, and then we can tell you what does that number look like.
Thank you. And I'm really excited to support this. I mean, I like the flexibility of having not just a first-time home buyers program, but affordable housing, and then really looking on retaining units, knowing how long it takes us to build units, to know that we are then going to be facing the wave of units that we are going to be losing because they are just no longer going to be deed restricted is such an important thing, so thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I'm really just cognizant of what you said in the what was stated in the staff report about people on Social Security making almost $1,800, but we know that the average cost of a unit is about $2,000 per unit. And for our low-wage workers, that represents 74% of their monthly take-home, which is way above the 30% that we know people need to survive. And so I think this is not just an important program to make sure that Anaheim families, the kids, can stay and live where their parents are. We're talking about seniors not having to choose between rent and food and rent and medicine. And so I think this is one of the most important programs. And I know that we focus and we talk a lot about the affordable units and projects that really focus on our very low income, as well as our formerly unhoused and our transitional age youth. But I agree with what my colleagues have said about we need to focus on our seniors and focus on that missing middle housing that doesn't need wraparound services because they have 2 jobs. They just don't make enough to survive in the city of Anaheim. So anything that we can do to really be there for our Anaheim families and move the needle on something that really could transform the landscape of our housing plan is something that I'm going to support. So thank you very much for all this information. Councilmember Meeks, did you have another question?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up because at one point, Grace, you said maybe move the needle on home ownership, and I just wanted to emphasize, and I think my council colleagues have, that is important to us. Even if it's in the existing stock, I think when we talk about preserving units, I think preserving neighborhoods is so important. And if we can increase the percentage of home ownership in some of our aging neighborhoods, I think that moves the needle for our whole city. And what we can do, with just home ownership there and pride of ownership and the schools and, everything that's going on there. So I just want to make sure that you understand that's a priority to me, and it sounds like some of the other council members. And
we certainly agree.
Yeah.
It's all a matter of what's in the fund.
I understand that. I understand that, and you're not going to have all the money you want, because that's, but you're going to have some. So there you go. And so, yeah, it's still going to be incumbent upon you and your staff to go after those grants, to find that money, to really make these dollars stretch. And, if you don't have $50 million at one time to build 650 units, and it's a phased project over, so many years, all right, let's do it. But we are moving the needle, and I think that's huge for our city. And
Clearly
our
understood.
residents.
We almost see it as a personal challenge as we come here and shake every cushion, where I was proud of achieving those Cal Optima grants and what have you. So certainly, I take your comments with, great respect in terms of this is not the only source. We just want to make sure that we're balanced and letting you all know that we're really proud of what we've been able to achieve here to date. There's been some resources that have allowed us to do that. Here to date, we need a continuing resource in order to do those things and go above and beyond and really start to do those things that you want us to do and what we agree are important for the city.
Yeah, no, you've done a great job, and we have a great affordable housing program. We're going to give you hopefully some resources to continue that, but also add on some other, some of the home ownership and things that I think is super important. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say be careful when we ask for reducing the standards of the affordable housing that we build. We have a lot of NIMBYs in this town. When people think about affordable housing, immediately what comes to mind is, to people's mind is the projects in New York or the public housing in Chicago built in the 1970s, full of drugs, crime, and the most sadly portion is that it created lifetime dependency on the government. That's not what we want here. We want good standards. We want to lift up the neighborhood, not to push down. That especially won't fly on Beach Boulevard. We need to build quality housing and lift up West Anaheim, not push it down. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Thank you. I just have some questions about the impact fee. So when you come back with funding, when you come back with the parameters for the trust, and hopefully that'll include some ideas for funding sources, one of the things that I'm interested in understanding is what an impact or in lieu fee amount would look like. And the way I kind of picture it is if we had development that was not affordable, over the past 5 years, if there was an in lieu fee attached to those developments, how much revenue would that have generated? So if you can come back with an estimate based on that, and I'd like to see it separated for sale properties and then also apartment complexes.
We will do our best. The issue with in-low fee is they're really determined by each individual city. There's not a set amount that like, let's say the state or the federal government, it really is determined locally by each city based on the study. And also sometimes that's what guides it, but then cities really determine, what that number is.
Yeah.
Really to be in the middle between wanting to affect some goal, but not stifle development.
But maybe look at an average.
Average, okay.
An average based on what is already in Orange County. And then I'm sure planning could probably help with that in terms of how many permits have been issued and ground broken
We'll use
on.
an average. And then,
Yeah, and I'd like to see that broken down. The reason I ask is because it's different to have an impact fee on like an apartment complex versus a for sale property, which would have a covenant tied to it. And I then would ask you guys, are you able to handle how do you manage the covenants on current properties now, which would make it more complex, and which further, I think, helps us with our argument on the first-time home buyer programs for for-sale properties versus. So that would be one, and I can explain that further if you have questions on it. The other thing that I'd like to just, we do have some funding sources that could be available at some point with LPMR. I know Mayor Pro Tem has been a champion of having some of the ATID money allocated to the Housing Trust. So just what that funding mechanism could possibly look like if those do come through. And then I also just wanted to ask, just for us to be really intentional, because this presentation does encompass a lot, like Section 8 housing, which we're already doing. So, I mean, how many Section 8 vouchers do we already provide through the city of Anaheim?
I don't think we did ask to.
Oh, it seems like that's been part of the conversation. So I just, when you do come back, let's be intentional.
It's more eviction prevention. No, Section 8 is its own resource. It's funded through the federal government. I think we're currently at about 60, how many? About 6,700. So no, fully recognize that's a different resource. We leaned in pretty heavily to production, homeownership, eviction, but no, I just want to be clear. We're not looking to add or, if anything, the Section 8 program is a resource for us when we build affordable housing to put, it provides gap financing to properties to help them pencil out. So
Okay.
want to make sure that we're.
And then at the last meeting, you had mentioned the number of affordable housing units that we have in the city, and I think they were under 6,000. Is that true?
We have it reported. Generally speaking, it's 4,572.
And what does that consist of?
That includes a density bonus units, those things that have been done with tax credits, the things that we've involved with. So those are not exclusively our developments where they've been the deepest affordable, but there's a lot of these are actually density bonus, and there is home ownership also in there, because once upon a time we did a decent amount of home ownership around the Colony Park area, the Domain. So it's anything that has a covenant, a restriction on them. I will tell you that the home ownership is the smallest piece. It's about 240 units. The lion's share is the rental product. Once upon we've done senior density bonus products. Just regular for family with density bonus, and then everything that the redevelopment agency during its heyday and now the housing authority are putting forward.
So does that doesn't include other development throughout the city? Because it's hard for me to believe that we only have 4,572 affordable housing units out of 100,000 households in Anaheim.
These are covenants, so we only count them
that's different.
When we can enforce them, much like the Walnut Street apartment. I mean, those were affordable today, and then the next day they weren't. So, but and if we had a covenant on that, that wouldn't happen. So that's what we count here, is with those things that if there's an attempt to rent, to go above and beyond what the restrictions are, we can go and we can enforce.
Because I think we need to be very careful when we're putting those talking points out there that we only have 4,572 affordable housing units in the city of Anaheim, when we have a significant, way more than that, even based on some of the community benefit projects that we've had in the city through planning. You know, if somebody decides to concede and do 20% affordable, and it seems like we would have more than that. And then I would consider some of the Section 8 vouchers, so even if they're not affordable units, they are affordable through that Section 8 housing voucher.
Yes, they're affordable because of the subsidy that the owners are getting full market rate, but they are affordable to the family because of the subsidy that we pay.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that the speaking points out there is that the city of Anaheim is the least affordable place to live, and we have very little affordable housing, when in fact we do a significant amount of development in the city. And I think our city has been a champion for housing in more ways than one. So I just want to make sure that we are telling the right story when we're talking about all of the production of housing that we're doing in our city. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments on this item? So if not, do we want to agree to a motion to give some staff direction on moving forward on developing some guidelines and rules and regulations around developing a public fund versus a public-private fund? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think I'd just like to direct Grace and her department to develop guidelines for a housing trust in general, and then we start putting the things in priority as an example. But we need the basic structure, understanding how it's going to work. And I'd like to be as simple as that, at least to get started.
If that's emotional, second.
And Grace, how long do you think that will take to put something together and be brought back before council?
Could you give us about 30 days? I mean, we'll work as quickly as we can, but I do think we do need to reach out to a few other cities, get city attorney's office involved as well. So we'd like a little bit of time to just make sure that we've taken a deeper dive into particularly some of the questions that you had about bonding authority and what are the benefits of maybe if somebody wants a tax benefit out of it, can we or can't we do that under the public now? So that would be my request.
So you think in, say, 30 to 45 days, we can have something that comes back that's an option A?
Yes.
An option B, that both staff would be fine with both, and it just gives us something to vote on and move forward?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll take the 45 days.
Thank you. I was willing to give them to you. You sold yourself short. Okay, thank you very much. If there's no other questions or comments, yes, Councilmember Fessel?
The Housing Trust Fund, Orange County Housing Trust Fund took 2 years. So if they can produce something in 30 days, I'm all for it.
Thank you. You need us to vote on that direction? Okay, thank you.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So item 12 is going to be a review of our draft strategic plan. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Assistant City Manager Garcia, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joining me this evening is our partners from Baker Tilly, who've been assisting us with the strategic plan, Steve Mermel and Carol Jacobs, as well as Alyssa Guerrero from our City Manager's Office staff. So here we are. It's been quite the journey, 8 to 9 months now since we started this effort for the strategic plan for the City of Anaheim. Just to take you back, we started this effort by meeting with key stakeholders. Included in that group is the City Council, department heads, mid-managers, all city employees. In addition to that, we created a robust community outreach effort in order to get input from residents. And then on February 10th, as you remember, we held a public workshop where we presented the findings of all of our outreach and tried to kind of start putting the pieces together for the goals and strategies and priorities of what we want to work on over the next 10 years. We have since compiled all that information. We created a summary document. It was attached to your staff reports. And that is something that we plan on going through briefly tonight. We'll walk through in a PowerPoint some of those strategies and goals, and clarify anything that you need us to clarify and answer any questions you may have. And then also maybe go over some of the timelines that we've established for each of those strategies. At the conclusion of our presentation this evening, again, we can take some feedback. You're welcome to direct us to make some changes, or if you're comfortable, you can direct us to make some changes and make a motion to adopt the strategic plan. And at that time, we will finalize the strategic plan and put it into a nice package and make it available to the public, and really start our effort and provide a plan for updating this council regularly on the progress we're making on those strategies. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Baker Tilly team to go through a quick summary of where we've been and some of the key goals and strategies that we have been compiling for you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carol Jacobs with Baker Tilly. It's been a pleasure to work with you all and your staff for the last, it's been about 10 months as we started. Greg went over a couple of things that we've already, that are in my PowerPoint, so I'll just go quickly through them and give you a little background of how we got to where we are. There's been a significant amount of work by you, your staff, the public. We've had a lot of public engagement, and we've really enjoyed working with you. Here are the elements of the strategic plan, and this is included in your document, your draft document that's before you tonight. We start with a vision, mission, and value statement, and we talked about those at the study session with you in February. Was the last thing we did. Everyone was a little bit tired at the end of the day, but we believe we got some really good vision, mission, and value statements that the staff has worked on a little bit since that time that we've met, so we want to review those. We have 6 broad multi-year goals for you to consider, and these are the things that Anaheim really wants to accomplish over the next 10 years. And then come the strategies, and there's 57 of those. That's a lot of tasks to be done within each of those broad 6 goal areas. And so my colleague Steve Mermel will be talking through those with you in a moment. But those are how you're going to reach your goals. Those are what those strategies are. And so as you look at strategies and the timing of those strategies, we need to keep in mind that we're trying to reach those goals that you have established. And then we'll have an implementation action plan. And after you formally adopt this plan, we'll be preparing that for the staff. And that will be a living document that they can really track what's happening, who's doing what, making sure that all of those tasks are getting done. So here's where we started. We started with you all because you are the policy leaders of this community, and your opinions are extremely important. And we took that information and we kind of crafted everything else around what we heard from you all. But we also talked to the department heads. We talked to your employees. We did a survey of your employees. Everyone had an opportunity to engage in this process, and we learned just an incredible amount of information from every group that we spoke to. And it really helped shape the information that you received when we talked with you on February 10th. And here we are on April 2nd, and this is kind of the culmination of everything that we've done for the last 10 months. And we want to go through this with you briefly, just to refresh your memory, make sure there's nothing that you want changed. This is obviously still a draft, and changes can be made if so necessary. The other thing that I want to point out is this is a strategic plan, and it really is a plan. And it's not written in stone. We expect it to be changed, and we expect it to be changed probably annually. Things are going to get done. Things are maybe get done sooner. You may want to move things from one year to another year. You may want to push things back depending on what happens. Anaheim is a very dynamic city, and we need to make sure that this plan is flexible enough to meet those needs. As we went through the engagement of all of the groups that we talked to, there were some themes that came about, and those are incorporated into the goals, into the strategies. And as you can see, as you look from the various groups, there were There were commonalities: infrastructure, public safety, homelessness. Those things are important to everybody in the community, and those are the things that we want to focus on as you implement your strategic plan. We also identified some strengths. This is probably, the biggest list. Anaheim is a very strong community that has a lot of really great things going on for it. You have an amazing staff. You have a very diverse community, and you're very safe and family-oriented. As we've been sitting here tonight, you really are talking about families and how important that is to you all. And so that's a key component in your strategic plan. There's also challenges. There's also hurdles that you have to overcome. I have no doubt that you will do that. But homelessness is a continuing concern. Addressing neighborhood blight, again, a continuing concern, and an ongoing need for infrastructure improvements. So those are, again, incorporated into the plan. And you have some amazing opportunities that lay ahead of you. How are you going to increase your general fund? How are you going to pay for all this? You have Disney Forward coming up. How can you better engage the community? I think the strategic plan showed how you can engage the community pretty fully. And how do you engage the private sector to invest in Anaheim? And now I'm going to let Steve talk about the results. I think I can just hand it to you like that. You're doing this. Oh, I'm doing that. Sorry, I thought I was done. Let me try again. So the vision and mission statement, let's start with that. These should be, the vision statement should be aspirational. What is it you want to be, kind of when you grow up? And this is, you already are this to some extent, but there's always room for improvement. So Anaheim is a dynamic city that offers opportunities for all to thrive. And that's something that you can share with your community, that this is where you want Anaheim to be, where everybody can thrive, regardless of whether they've been here for a few minutes or whether they've been here their entire lives and they're generational. And then we developed a mission statement. We deliver exceptional city services that provide a high quality of life for residents and a thriving environment for businesses and a welcoming atmosphere for visitors. And so we really tried to capture all of those folks that come to Anaheim and to make sure that they are feeling welcome and that there's a place for everybody here in Anaheim. And finally, we did a values and behavior statement. At the end of the work session, you wanted some more time to think about this, so we gave you all the opportunity to email us and share your thoughts. And so we took those and we shared those with the staff, and they've kind of tweaked those a little bit. And I'm not going to read these to you because you can read all yourself. But they are service, integrity, collaboration, leadership, respect, and innovation. And there's a definition for each one of those. And so those are the things that we've kind of come up with based on everything that we heard from you and everything we heard in our workshop. And now I'm going to have Steve go over what the goals are and walk through the strategies with you.
Thank you, Carol. Council, it's so nice to see all of you again. Again, you're all to be commended for engaging in the strategic plan process. It really shows that you care deeply about the future of Anaheim. And in order to get anything big done, it requires planning and it takes time. During our workshop, we talked about the desire to want to do everything all at once. But the reality is, because of limitations, financial, staff, time, you just simply can't do that. And if you want to do big things, it does take time. So your strategic plan process is an identification of that and a realization that you need to think in a methodical way. As Carol indicates, it's meant to be something that is a living document that you will update periodically. Things will happen. That's a given. You will need to make changes. But this is your plan for now that you will continue to work on as we go forward. And so those major goals that the City Council identified are here for you all and for the public to see. You, as the policymakers of the city, you set out the 40,000-foot target for the staff to pursue, and these were the identified goals. The staff, working from these goal areas, and then also with assistance from the council during the February workshop, developed, as Carol indicated, 57 strategies that would further these goals over the 10-year life of the strategic plan. I'm going to show on the screen each goal area and the strategies. I'm not going to read them all. You want to get out of here before midnight. But it's important for the public to see. You have it in your packet as well. But for them to see, for everyone to see all the plans that the city is making to further the city council adopted goals. The timing of each of the strategies was based on the preferences identified by the council as a body at the workshop. So for example, things that fell into the first 2 years of the plan, that got the preponderance of preference votes from council members. Things that fell into year 3 and 5 are sort of a next level. And then things in the 5 to 10 either received just 1 vote or no vote. Every single strategy is included in the plan. It's expected that over time, some strategies will probably drop out as new strategies are added in. So just walking through this briefly. And then prior to this evening, we worked with the city manager, assistant city manager. There was very minor fine tuning on a few items that the staff felt they were able to move up forward. And I think, assistant city manager, there was one item you even told us this evening, when we get to it, where you're making better progress on it than anticipated. So here's maintaining fiscal responsibility, and we have our goal statement as to what that means right under the goal. That language was hammered out by the council at the workshop in February. Enhanced livability.
And under that last slide is the item number 4, the needs assessment for youth and seniors. We're going to be amending that to years 1 and 2 since we are currently underway in that process. So that's great.
The balance of the items under enhanced livability. Investing in infrastructure and amenities. Quite a few projects there in the first 2 years. And fostering a high-performing organization. This tends to focus on the city as an employer and what it can do to make sure that it continues to be a high-performing organization. Supporting public safety, including plans for a new fire station. Promoting economic development and tourism. Obviously, with World Cup just 2 years away and the Olympics shortly thereafter, that by necessity needed to fall into the first 2 years of the plan. So 57 strategies is pretty aggressive, I must tell you. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask a clarifying question because I want people to be as candid as they want. But if we have suggestions or minor edits or move things around, we can still, adopt the strategic plan with direction to staff to make those edits and move forward.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Start with Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. And thank you for your work. This is very exciting. It was one of my key initiatives upon my election. I think that this is what Anaheim does. We move things forward, we get things done. It's what I've always believed we are and what we should be, and we do it in a really innovative and dynamic way, collaborative. What can we get done and what can we deliver to people? And this is the first step in doing that. We got to deliver these things, of course. That's the real key. This piece of paper is not going to get a city thing done, but it sets us on that track. And I felt like the city was kind of in a holding pattern for a number of years and not having people on this council that could come together on our priorities. And so I really want to thank my colleagues here in coming together on this and identifying what our priorities are and giving staff enough direction to be innovative, to be great, to think boldly and get things done. So yeah, I'm very excited to move this document forward and see what that implementation plan looks like.
Do we have any other council comments, questions? Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you, Mayor. Page 3, can we change the from Public Utilities Director to General Manager? That's the title, right? Yeah. I'm looking for the page. All right. On the strategy is number 3, modernize development impact fees. What that means?
So it's been something we've discussed regularly during the budget cycle, usually, and that's just to do a study of our impact fees and all fees, to be frank, and just to make sure that they're keeping up with cost of service. The development impact fees is something that we haven't really studied or looked at in quite a bit, and so that's something that this is referring to.
Because the fees that we charge to cover our cost of doing businesses, that should be upgraded every year, right?
That's right. We don't always do it every year, though. And I think we're currently in the middle of a study to make sure that all of our service fees are up to date with cost of service, and so that you'll be seeing that come forward. But the development fees is something different as well. Requires some study and some analysis on kind of what the development universe looks like and what is appropriate. Also, we would analyze where we are in the list of other cities and then bring that to council for discussion and consideration.
That's related to housing?
Park and lieu fees.
No, this one. This it said modernize development impact fees. So that's everything, or that's just the one that we were talking about last week for housing?
I think it's referring to all impact fees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate my council colleague to my right who formalized this and brought this forward. Although just after the city manager started with us 3 years ago, I think over probably one or more adult beverages, we talked about this, didn't we? So it's great that it's here. As a matter of fact, I want to chime in on Councilman Diaz's question about modernizing development impact fees. Because it's been within my time here that we came about that close to adopting a new fee schedule, and we chose not to. So I hope you don't have to reach very far to find that data, because there's probably a binder someplace. There may be one in my office. In any event, while I could argue about, the timing on some of these, because I think there's some of these probably that are 5 and 10 years, such as Goal E, support public safety. Number 5, assess the city's emergency preparedness capabilities. We did that in 2020. And I don't think it's going to take 5 or 10 years to review the city's response to a global pandemic. As a matter of fact, I think that was probably Anaheim's best hours at that point. But in any event, I'm not going to argue that point. But what I will do, I like this in total so much, even though there may be some issues that the mayor has said that we can, fine tune these going forward. I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt this based upon the ability to go in and make small, modest changes as time permits.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just was wondering if you could go a little bit more in depth in terms of the implementation portion of it. How are we tracking these? How are we prioritizing? I know there's different goals. Can you kind of just walk us through a little bit in terms of who selects what and what goes first and all of that and the timelines?
So we have a document that we use for many of our projects, and so what this document will do is it will have your goal, and then it will have every strategy that you have on it. And then underneath each strategy will be each task that needs to be done in order to accomplish that strategy. So a strategy could have 15 tasks associated with it in order to accomplish that strategy to further your goal. So we will identify, we're going to take a stab at it. Greg and his team are going to refine it based on exactly what they, what Anaheim does. But I try to identify every task for every strategy, and then we'll try to put a timeline with it. So this has to happen first, then this, then this. So we'll put some timing with it. We'll identify the department that would be responsible, and then, the city manager and his team will identify the person specifically responsible for that and a timeline. And then that becomes the working document for your staff to say, okay, well, George is supposed to do this task by this date, and if he doesn't do that, then this can't happen. So it's a way to hold the staff accountable to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it really becomes the work plan and the daily thing that you're holding on to, whoever's going to be responsible for making sure that this thing gets implemented and is kind of leading the charge on it. They're going to be able to use this implementation action plan to go to the staff and say, okay, where are you with this? Where are you with this? When that task is completed, you cross it off and then you move to the next one. And again, that's going to be a living document as well. As things change, as staff, somebody's been assigned, 20 tasks and they leave the city. Now you got to reshuffle. So it really becomes a living document that Jim and his team can use to get this thing implemented in the timeline that you all wanted implemented in.
Got it. Thank you.
Just to add to that, Councilmember, we plan on making this public as well, so the community is aware of where we stand. And as Carol mentioned, living, breathing document, it'll be updated regularly. And then staff is also planning on providing regular updates to council when there are updates to report on our progress.
Can we, is it possible to, as we're implementing this, obviously I appreciate the fact that we can make updates. I know there's at least one or two that I think, again, they're all important, right? There's definitely a couple that I think should be more in the 3 to 5 year range than the 5 to 10 year range. But as part of, if we were to vote to adopt this today, can we include as part of that maybe having it be annual updates in terms of I know that there's probably gonna be more than that, but at least have something that we basically know that, oh, it's that time of year again, we're gonna get the strategic plan update, kind of like our budget workshops or mid-year budget workshops. I don't know if that's something that we could add on to the motion. I know Councilmember Fessel, you made a motion, so I don't know if you're open to that. If you are, I would second it. And so just having that continuous conversation and updating the public as well as us. And I mean, while I have you, I think personally, number 12 under goal C, I think should be more in the 3 to 5 year range than 5 to 10 year range. Review the potential for a public pool and other indoor and outdoor public spaces. I know that's something that's not easy, takes time, takes funds and all that stuff, but I think the fact that we currently only have, I think, one public pool in the city of Anaheim, I think if there's something that we can do to move that timeline up for that one. There's a number of other ones that obviously I'm supportive of, and I won't get too much into it, but just wanted to.
And I'll just, a quick comment just to reiterate what Steve said. A lot of these were placed based upon the votes that it received during the workshop. And so that was a starting point, and then we kind of tinkered with some of them. But especially for one like that, an annual update or progress report makes a lot of sense, because I can tell you right now, that's going to be, probably tinkered with a little bit as opportunities come before us. And I can tell you right now, we're looking at opportunities that can accelerate that one considerably.
So just, can we count that as kind of 2 blue stickers for the 3 to 5 year range? If yes, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming back. It's nice to see you guys again. Thank you for all your hard work. One of the things I think is helpful that I know some communities do that I would like to see us do going forward is as we set our agendas to, as much as possible, refer back to our strategic plan as to what part of our strategic plan it is referring to, just to hold ourselves accountable about where we are in the matrix. So I think if we're open to just, tinkering with our agenda a little bit, I think that'll be helpful once we have a final document with the tasks and the strategies in place. And it'll help the public, again, remind them that we have a strategic plan and that we are trying to stay true to it.
So just to clarify, so something within the staff report that calls out that this is an item that is within our strategic plan?
Right, so if somebody wants to agendize building a sky tower with a revolving restaurant, which I think is fabulous, where I would like to see where in this document it's referenced, just to hold us accountable that we are staying on track to some of the major goals and strategies that we set up during the strategic plan. Now, some things are going to be unique, as you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago. There are going to be unique opportunities that come up that we might have to jump on because an opportunity presents itself, and so it might be a bit out of order. But I would like to at least still be able to reference back that this is, for instance, if that opportunity then comes up, we can at least say that's goal C, that's strategic plan, goal C, item 12.
So referencing that, when items come forward on our agendas, whenever there's something that is germane to the strategic plan and advancing that, we call it out.
Correct.
Got it, perfect.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I do agree with that note and the follow-up that Councilmember Leon mentioned. And the opportunities, I was looking at one under infrastructure, investing in infrastructure, and I noted that our goal is to explore options to mitigate parking shortages in 3 to 5 years. Yet I know an opportunity came up where staff is exploring parking and working with another group to find ways to mitigate that. So if residents see this and say, oh, they're not going to look at parking for 5 years. Well, that's not true. So it's kind of hard when you are looking at some of these things, and we need to be ready to move them as either a critical need comes up or something falls in our hands that we can work on with another organization.
Seeing no further comments, we have a motion and we have a second. Do you have direction going forward? You feel comfortable with the direction going
Yeah, I
forward
believe so,
and
yes.
adopting the strategic plan with those basic comments and updates?
Yep.
Thank you. So, yes, all comments and
Yeah,
I think we need to vote to adopt it.
yes, please.
Yes, we have a second. Carlos.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, this goes back over here. So I'm going to move on now to our city attorney's report. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
No reportable items, Mayor.
And we have no further items for public comment?
That's correct, Mayor.
So now is the time for future agenda requests by city council members. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if it's an agenda item, but Mr. City Manager, and I see Rudy's in the audience, we've got some concerns over Brokerson Orange in terms of traffic and the in and out that's very popular. So just wanted to see if there's something that we could maybe look into to address those concerns.
And Cortinas.
Cortinas, yes, right across the street.
You bet we'll look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further items, I would like to conclude the meeting in the memory of Mr. Matthew Gaffney and Mr. Adrian Alexander Correa. We are adjourned until April 16th, 2024.